85.
Sorry Nacho, sorry. Nacho. Spider Midman.
We have taken the enemy intelligence.
Soldier,
Come here, boy.
Lemon.
where is the fun? Where is the fun?
That shit was rad, I'm not gonna lie.
Lemon. Lemon.
Bot. Bot whisper.
Where is the spy?
The dispenser is a spy.
We have taken the enemy intelligence. We have brought the enemy intelligence. Lemon.
There it is!
We have taken the enemy intelligence. We have brought the enemy intelligence. Lemon.
Oh, he's got the rake.
Lemon.
les Pifoxy, Moxie.
We have taken the enemy intelligence.
Lemon. Lemon.
That's okay. That's okay. I am Crowley. Victor Crowley. Supernatural.
We have taken the enemy intelligence.
On the other side, beat his ass.
Lemon.
We have brought
Little man on the bottom built his tower.
Lemon. Lemon.
There it is!
Lemon.
We have brought the enemy intelligence. We have taken the enemy intelligence.
Oh, this fucker got power. Hell no.
I just heard a fly say engineers fly, so
We have taken the enemy intelligence.
Bro, what is this guy rushing the community server?
We have brought the enemy intelligence.
Heavy note that, please. Come on, Heavy.
Lemon.
Well, he's not doing anything, I guess, so.
Lemon.
We have taken the enemy intelligence.
I like how he snuck onto the battlements like that. That's funny. But then again, I just let him. I didn't chase him. I thought it would be funny. Decoy. Mm-hmm. Those Doom.
dispenser here. Put dispenser here. Put dispenser here. Go!
Doc, come on, man!
Ready!
Go on, get.
It's probably because there's some Asians here. Asians and Aussies here.
Put dispenser here. Put teleport here. Put dispenser here.
You have just manned up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Play ball!
This thing has no range.
Yeah, thanks, Doc.
Alert! Another sentry buster has entered.
Lemon. Lemon.
I'm giving you a bonus.
Thank you, Doctor.
I'm ready!
Is everyone ready? Everyone's
Ready!
Come in, men.
The attack has started. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alert! A tank has entered the area.
go, Pally.
Lemon. 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 Lemon.
All right, I feel good.
Alert! Another sentry buster has entered the area. Just away. Good. Green is good. Have a bonus.
Thanks, Doc.
I am ready to fight robots! Engineer is ready to team!
I cannot wait. Y'all ready?
Yes!
Here they come.
Ready!
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Let's get him. You got owned. All right.
Lemon.
Engineer, look out for that sentry buster.
Yeah, thanks, Doc.
I'm giving you a bonus.
Thanks for the ride, partner.
Who is not ready?
Starting off the day with those Doom.
up, boys.
Nice.
Ready! Packing up. You're all right, Doc.
Oh god, a bot.
We're under attack. Protect the facility. 3, 2, 1.
Lemon.
Alert! Another sentry buster has entered the area.
You got owned!
Alert! Another sentry buster has entered the area.
Packing up.
Well done. Good. I'm giving you a bonus.
Thanks for the ride, partner. Thank you, Doctor.
Who is not ready to fight?
Who is not ready? I am ready. Everybody ready?
Come. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Eat my dust. Thanks, Doc.
Got him.
Engineer, look out for that sentry buster.
Hi, femboy. How are you doing? Yeah, I've been playing TF2.
Another sentry buster has entered the area. But there are more. Get to an upgrade station. Quickly.
Yeah, thanks, Doc.
Good. I'm giving you a bonus.
Bring me Metal Man to fight.
Thanks for that, tough guy. Everybody ready?
I love this doctor. Man up, ladies.
Protect Manco. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Move him out.
That's what I'm talking about.
giving you a bonus.
Let us begin.
I'm moving this.
Yes.
Fall in, men. Building a sentry. Y'all ready?
This is the final wave. Do not fail me. 5, 4,
You're
3,
all right, Doc.
2, 1.
I'm moving this.
Hi, Joseph. How are you doing?
Sentry going up.
The spies are here.
Thanks, Doc.
Here comes the spy. You have killed us. This was truly above and beyond the call of duty.
Oh, blood sniper rifle for a soldier. Everyone else got rusts though.
I come kill dog now.
Return to our base. Alert. The enemy has taken our intelligence.
Spy around here!
That takes care of one mission.
Maggots!
Ah, yes. Ah.
The enemy has taken our The enemy has dropped our alert. The enemy has dropped our intelligence. Alert. The enemy has taken our intelligence. You failed. The enemy has captured our intelligence.
There it is! There it is!
Lemon.
There it is!
We have taken the enemy.
There it is! There it is!
Lemon.
Nice. No. Unfortunate. 2 rockets ought to do it. Or 1.
Lemon.
We have taken the enemy intelligence.
Lemon.
There it is!
Lemon.
There it is!
Lemon.
There
What?
We have dropped the enemy intelligence. We have
That's my revenge.
Lemon. Lemon.
success. We have secured the enemy intelligence.
There it is! There it is!
Lemon. Lemon.
There it is! Oh, you're next up, Ken. There it is!
Nice.
Lemon.
There it is!
Lemon.
There it is! There it is! My world. You are not welcome in my world.
Lemon. Lemon.
There it is! I joined this team just to kill maggots like you.
Lemon.
There it is!
Lemon. Lemon.
There it is!
Lemon.
Oh no 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 no! Oh boy!
Lemon.
There it is!
Uh oh, I gotta hide.
There it is! There it is!
Lemon.
No.
The enemy have taken our intelligence. We have dropped the enemy intelligence. We have dropped the enemy intelligence.
My teammates blocked it.
Lemon.
There it is!
Lemon.
There it is! There it is! There it is!
Oh! He died! Kill the robots. Woo! Not getting away from me that easily. No! Kitty boy!
Lemon. Lemon.
There it is! There it is!
Lemon. Lemon.
You kids today don't know how to dominate! Maybe I should save that when I get older. Like, when I get into my 60s. That'd be funny. Well, 50s.
Lemon. Lemon. Lemon.
No.
The enemy has taken our intelligence.
There it is!
Lemon.
There it is!
You failed. The enemy has captured our intelligence.
King K. Rule. Whew, nice. Got into a game. Number 2. Nice to see King K. Rule make a comeback. Spelled with a K.
Go, go, go!
Hello. Oh.
Hey boys, it's a spy! Sentry going up!
You good? Take a while to queue. But it is what it.
I'm ready!
Ready to charge! Yeah, thanks, Doc.
Well done. You've all manned up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Look out for that sentry buster.
No! No teleporters, and we have 2 engineers. Oh boy. Oh, we timed out, that's why. Could still do this.
Well done. Good. I'm giving you a bonus.
Take that! Sentry going up.
Looks like he crashed.
Moist and delicious. Pony up, boys. Te avocito, la llamaron. Building a sentry.
Why are you going in? Oh,
Kill them
I
all!
Ah.
Go on, get. Heroes y bravos, grosso tobron. Teleporter coming right up. Everybody ready?
Manco is under attack. You must defend it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That was delicious. I'm moving this.
I need health really badly. Oh, there goes his buildings. Oh God, please. Nope.
But we're not done yet. Greed is good. Have a bonus.
That there wasn't getting any lighter. Y'all ready? Much obliged. That was getting heavy.
That sentry's not gonna last. But it'll keep this one up, at least.
Manco is under attack. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There it is! There it is! There it is!
A sentry cluster has entered the area. Defeated the wave. Good. Good. Get to an upgrade station.
Sentry going up. Building a sentry. Y'all ready? I'm ready.
We're under attack. Protect this facility. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engineers, a sentry buster has entered the area.
You are not welcome in my world. There it is. There it is. My world. You are not welcome in my world. Let's go.
But there are more. And quickly find an upgrade station.
I'm moving this.
Building a sentry. Everybody ready? Dispenser going up. Teleporter coming right up. Pony up, boys. Get going.
Defend
ready?
our honor! Kill these robots! 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Forward. Let's get him. Form your next of kin.
A sentry buster has entered the area.
Last one alive, lock the door. There it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. You are not welcome in my world. Give 'em hell, boy. There it is. There it is.
Another sentry buster.
Everybody ready?
And
Nice. Get Cave-In and Doze Doom out of the way. I just need to pull this up again.
Pony up, boys. Building a sentry. Pony up, boys. I'm ready.
All right. Clicking on the video. Bam.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Lemon. Lemon.
Nice telly.
Thanks for the teleporter.
Another sentry buster has entered the area.
Nice. I had to do the meatball parade. Ah. Yes, it is. Hi, TCL. How are you doing? The longest rocket launcher. But then again, it's because I have my view model FOV set to like 140. Happy little accident. Oh, yep. He moved position. That's good. Yeah, it does that because there's like 6 missions. In fact, I'm actually starting to get low on tickets as well. Oh, I see. I mean, you could always repeat. Aparo was just looking. Mech mutilation. Yes.
The enemy intelligence.
Oh my god. I know you're you're asking that ironically too, which is the worst part.
We have taken the enemy intelligence.
Lemon.
No.
Success. We have secured the enemy intelligence.
All weak. You are all bleeders.
Sentry coming up!
We have taken the enemy intelligence.
It must have been about getting Aussies in oil spill. Well, I am unironically playing oil spill, but not for the Australians. I'm doing it for blood. I'm out for blood.
We have taken the enemy
Missed.
We have secured the enemy intelligence.
Oh, I see. I just want to get those numbers up, you know. That's the biggest reason. Nice. That's good to hear. I'd love to get another unusual war paint soon.
There it is! Boys, we have a traitor!
We have taken the enemy intelligence.
There it is!
My body got stuck in the roof. Damn. I haven't unboxed since last year. Like, I unboxed last year when it was my birthday because I had enough, disposable income. I got, like, a few unusuals as a result.
The enemy intelligence was returned to their base.
Yeah. I like the, the one crate series with the dog in it. The Sledder sidekick. When will they make a Sledder sidekick based, hat cosmetic, or even like a dog head one? It would certainly be like furries everywhere. Whee! Nice.
We have taken the enemy intelligence.
I've already finished 2 missions in Oil Spill, as you can see here.
We have dropped the enemy intelligence. We have taken the enemy intelligence. We have dropped the enemy intelligence. Victory.
Whee! Yes, furries existed in ancient Greece. I mean, if you really think about it, Zeus is one of the biggest furries out there because he literally fucked animals. And that's how creatures like the Minotaur and the Centaur were born. I bet if he put his dick inside of a squirrel, he would get a Pikachu. Let's be honest.
We have taken the enemy.
Oh yeah, he's a zoophile. Zeus is willing to put his dick in anything that moves. That's how horny he is. He makes Kiro the wolf look sane in comparison.
We have dropped the intelligence.
Zeus. Get it?
We have taken the enemy intelligence.
Stickies.
We have secured the enemy intelligence.
I might do one later today, but I still have to do a few other things first. I guess I will disappear. Onto the main menu. Alright. Yeah, just waiting for a match. I've already gotten missions done. Average oil spill gameplay, where you're just waiting in queue for a very long time. The fuck is going on? Wait, there's a video on Key. I can just kill some time while watching.
Software piracy is a big part of the internet culture. As more and more people got their hands on personal computers, the demand for computer software would only grow. And usually it was quite pricey, so for someone to get a working copy of Photoshop or necessary office products, you would need to spend a hefty amount of money to get those. Some people just did not want to deal with all that, so it would eventually lead to this being created.
Oh, the classic.
This is Keygen. The name is pretty self-explanatory. What this kind of program does is that it generates an activation key for a software that you need. And it was one of the most popular tools of the time when people had to use keys as a way to get to the other side of the paywall and access their software. Though in the recent times, Keygen's relevance has declined. But one thing was for certain. This period of software piracy left a huge mark on the internet culture. And you probably know what I'm talking about.
beautiful music.
One of the most memorable things about the key gens is the soundtrack that will blast your ears as soon as you open the program. Nowadays, we refer to that kind of music as chiptune, and it's a direct result of early technical limitations. The kind of stuff you would hear in old console games, for example, and the same sound that became synonymous with software piracy. But how did it even end up that way? In the early 80s, so-called crack intros would first appear, and what you see on the screen right now is what people saw back then when they ran a piece of cracked software. Intros like that were made to inform the user who was behind the crack, and that's why they displayed a group's name, some various messages, and shoutouts to individual people. All of these intros came with super catchy yet really simple tunes, and it was made possible thanks to these sound generator chips, with one of the most iconic ones being the MOS 6581. It was a chip that was built into the Commodore 64 computers, and with being such an advanced tool, it was instrumental in defining the sound of that era.
Gotta love chiptune.
Inspired by the unique concept of crack intros, a whole new digital art subculture called demo scene would emerge. Demo scene is a completely separate community not involved with software cracking. Instead, people were just showing off their programming and artistic abilities to make so-called demos. These are audio-visual demonstrations of anything and everything that could come to an artist's mind. And as technology progressed, the demos would become much more advanced and fascinating. There are websites like, what? Where you can look at thousands upon thousands of beautiful demos, like Second Reality by Future Crew, a demo that was made in 1993 and has been considered as one of the best ones of its time. It was a parade of many different scenes, with each one of them showing just how far you could go with this kind of hardware. And of course, the whole thing was accompanied
the battle
by
will
a
be
really
legendary
energetic
between
soundtrack
Demo
made
Scene
by
and
then
Vaporwave.
17-year-old Purple Motion. In order to make it, their own music software called Scream Tracker was used. And this is basically how it looks. You might ask, what am I even looking at? Well, it's a software that would go on to become a key part of demo scene history, also known as a tracker. Every bit of music that you heard or will hear in this video was made using this exact music software. And before we talk about how this odd-looking thing became so popular among the music artists, it's pretty interesting to see where it all began. The term tracker stems from a program created back in 1987, the Ultimate Sound Tracker. It was the first program of its kind, and the person who laid the foundation for it is Karsten Obarski. Since the release of the Ultimate Sound Tracker, a hefty amount of other music trackers have been made throughout the years. And while the way it all worked never really changed, they were still getting more advanced and powerful as the time went by. So now the main question is, how do they even work? The concept is actually pretty simple. You have a vertical track, where each individual row contains an instruction on which sample should be played and how it should be played. Each one of those tracks are separate channels, so you can basically have bass, drums, and melody playing at the same time. A group of those channels make a pattern, and patterns make a final sequence. And instead of raw audio, the mod files, a file format that trackers use, only contained an instruction on how to play certain samples. That was incredibly helpful with keeping their size as small as possible, and it was especially valuable back in time. And that's why trackers were such a big thing in the demo scene community, helping people to make awesome music while working within brutal technical limits. However, the demo scene wasn't the only community that embraced this style of music production. Remember where the demo scene came from. The Kraken scene never ceased to exist, and by having really close ties with each other, the way they created things and saw their culture were pretty much the same. Same tools, same distinguishable art style, all of this was shared between both of those at the first glance different communities. That's why you can observe Where's groups, basically what you would name a group that is involved in software piracy, actually being a demo group as well. Someone like Razor1911, a group that is well known for cracking numerous games, from the age of Commodore 64 all the way up to the most modern ones like Red Dead Redemption 2. But that's not the only thing that we're famous for, because the artsy nature of this group also played a huge role in its popularity. The list of their creations goes on, from simple crack intros to full-blown demos. And that's what they passionately did for almost 40 years since their inception in 1985. You can even see the resemblance between
Oh, it's
these
the
groups
Triforce!
nowadays
Let's
and
go.
something that was made years and years ago. It was this recognizable art style that would eventually become a signature of software piracy culture. And in case of new tools like keygens or patchers, it was no exception. In fact, these very programs served as a primary way this culture was shared throughout the internet. Millions of people all around the world were suddenly united by the same and simple goal: to get the software they want without spending a single dime on it. And each one of those in need was then presented with a program named keygen.exe that will play some nice tune while they're doing their very illegal shenanigans. The tune that would usually have no attribution whatsoever, and to a typical user it would only be known as that Sony Vegas Pro keygen music, which is a pretty interesting observation, because the truth is, this kind of music was never meant to be either sold or be able to generate an income in any way. It was just art made for the sake of art. And that level of authenticity is what gave it its charm. Think about, they were just given a free copy of, I don't know, After Effects by complete strangers on the internet that don't want nothing in return. You don't know anything about them, not even the people who made this music that you're listening to. And this whole veil of anonymity was what brought it that magic. So if you ever wanted to find an exact track you heard years ago, or just find some new ones, make sure you visit keygenmusic.tk. It's a website that serves as an ultimate archive of music pulled from various keygens, and in most cases you'll finally get to see who actually made it. At the time of making this video, the website stores 4,350 different modules that you can freely listen to and enjoy. As with every cultural phenomenon, there is always an interesting and unique story behind it all. What started as a race between hacker
Not yet.
groups,
I haven't
with each
reached
of them
100
rushing
cores
to crack
in
software and
Oil
slap their
Spill, but
own
I have
creative
in
stamp
Steel
on it,
Trap.
has then evolved into
So I'm
an
just
entirely
waiting.
new art movement. It all began decades ago.
I only have
and the
15
things
cores
people
left.
were able to achieve on machines
And
like
I've already
Commodore
finished 2 missions
64
of this
were
one.
nothing short of mind-blowing. In fact, these very limitations became a core element of the whole scene. So when the internet came around, the culture would spread like a wildfire. And nothing represented it better than a good old chiptune. A thing so closely tied to the Kraken scene that it truly became the internet's most illegal music. To probably no one's surprise, this genre of music is still alive and feels well to this very day. The rich legacy that it left behind is being kept alive by music artists who after many years still make those beautiful tunes. The same goes for demo scene, a very diverse and a very much alive community where old machines are still in demand and continuing to serve as a playground for art even decades later. And for the Where's groups, also nothing much was changed. You can still notice the retro footprint of visuals and an absolute banger of a soundtrack if you like playing computer games but don't really like paying for them. Thank you so much for watching this video. If you liked it and want more of those, It would be really cool to see you press the subscribe button or even becoming a member of the channel. Your support truly means a lot to me and motivates me to do better and better videos. Thank you, and I will see ya next time.
Oh. Tempted to watch this video on piracy. Online piracy almost died. Yeah, that was around last decade. Like things were reasonably priced and there wasn't too much competition and everything. Things have changed.
I saw this article recently about the number of people who are illegally streaming sports in the UK. It's apparently like gone through the roof and it's been described as industrial scale theft, according to one industry report.
Piracy is not theft.
I wanted to show you a clip from a football match in the UK. They're chanting about Amazon Fire Sticks, which have now become the primary method of pirating sports in the UK, to the point where fans are openly chanting about how much they love to illegally stream matches at football matches. It's not just sports though, because over 3/4 of Gen Z has admitted to pirating in movies and TV shows. And even in older generations, the rates of piracy are still incredibly high. It's a global thing. And it's one that's had like an unexpected resurgence in recent years, because prior to the pandemic, the number of people who were choosing to pirate content was steadily decreasing. But you can see there's been this quite significant uptick since then. This change is somewhat surprising, given that there's been a decades-long effort to eradicate piracy. And it was one that looked like at some point it would begin to actually bear fruit. Thousands of websites have been shut down, providers have been arrested, and yet the growth still seems to continue. It's not just even sports and media though. The scientific research community is like overwhelmingly in favor of pirating papers and research. What might be even more surprising is that people are not just pirating to get content for free, but people are even willing to pay for pirated services in 2025. Just recently, Italian authorities shut down a $3 billion a year pirate TV ring that had 22 million subscribers. That's more than some legitimate subscription services have. Today, in the UK, the head of anti-piracy enforcement has openly admitted that you can pirate content and you'll literally be fine. And I think there's a few different stories at play when we try to understand why piracy is having this resurgence. And it depends on which industry you look at, but they are all linked. And I think the best example to start off with has to be like online streaming, because that's really
the biggest reason for it is,
and in fact, if we go back to like
late stage capitalism,
when my personal journey with piracy began, the one thing I do recall about the experience of trying to watch movies for free and trying to get free songs back then is that it was like a massive pain in the ass, and you had to like fight, you know, pop-ups every 2 seconds and not knowing which play button was the real play button and which play button would download some crazy virus onto your computer. It was really difficult. And when legal alternatives like Netflix and Spotify actually came onto the scene, they were pretty game-changing, right? It wasn't just that they were legal alternatives, they were actually good, they were actually useful. Back then, the options that you had were cable TV subscriptions, things like Sky in the UK, which would set you back like hundreds of dollars if you wanted to watch literally anything. And so getting an alternative that was useful, cheaper, and had a bunch of content on was honestly revolutionary. The trade-off of like potentially destroying the family computer just to download the new Akon tune was no longer worth it when an alternative like Spotify came on the scene. People loved it, but as you know, as the way things go, we can't really have shit these days. And so the steady march towards enshittification began. If we take a look at this graph, we notice that the spike, the major spike, happened after the pandemic, for media streaming at least. It was actually exactly around this time that Disney, HBO, all the big players in media realized that the online streaming thing was actually pretty popular, that people enjoyed Netflix because it was a pretty useful service and that it had a lot going for it. And so they all decided to launch their own competitors. But unfortunately for the consumer, the approach that these companies took, these rival streamers took, wasn't the approach that Netflix originally took. It was to compete on something else, not to compete on usability or convenience. They decided to compete on intellectual property. Instead of making you a better offer than the competition, they basically decided to make you an offer you can't refuse, by which I mean that you had to go to them if you wanted to watch particular content. You had to sign up for Disney Plus if you wanted to watch a Disney movie. You'd had to sign up for HBO Max if you wanted to watch a HBO movie. And so we quite quickly shifted from a landscape where content was like packaged in one place with one subscription that got you access to basically everything, to a place where subscription costs began to rise and rise and rise. Not because of greater access to content, but because of greater siloing of content. We recreated cable TV in like the most annoying way possible, basically. Content has gotten so fragmented that exclusive content is the majority of Netflix's US catalog. And this has forced people to be increasingly selective. On top of that, in order to deal with this increased competition, these streamers began to withdraw features that were cornerstones of their culture, effectively. Netflix has tweets back in 2017 about how password sharing is a form of love for a family. And now they've cracked down on password sharing. HBO Max is doing the same thing. And Disney says that over 150 million users are paying for the service and still watching ads, which is insane. We basically got rid of cable TV and then we recreated it on the internet. And when you recreate the same situation that caused piracy to emerge the first time, you're gonna recreate the same results that you created the first time. I think it is quite telling that music streaming doesn't normally get like half as many complaints, at least from the customer side of things, as video streamers do. But I think if we look like more outside of TV, it's not just that the services are getting worse and getting more expensive at the same time, and that's what's pushing piracy. I think there are also a few other dynamics that are at play, because people are willing to pay in general for good services, but in some cases, they don't even have the option of paying. You might not actually realize this, but one of the most pirated pieces of content in the world is manga. So Japanese like comics and graphic novels. And it's Americans that are largely leading the wave. It's a place where we have a story that's quite independent to the one that we see with like Netflix and Spotify. To understand it, I want to show you quite an iconic quote from Gabe Newell, the CEO of Valve. And it really gets to the crux of this problem.
So we don't really worry about piracy. There's misconceptions in the industry about what piracy is. There's assumption that what is piracy? Piracy is about people want to steal stuff from you, right? That they don't want to pay any money and they want to get your content. An example where that was really clear is Russia, right? Everybody in the United States knows that Russians are pirates. So there's no point in localizing your game. There's no point in making your product available in Russia because all they'll do is pirate it. You know, when the reality is that the pirates in Russia were actually doing a much better job than the games companies themselves in localizing the product and making it available. So if I wanted the product and I didn't want to wait 6 months to get the product, and if I wanted it in Russian, I was going to have to go to a pirate simply because I couldn't get it any other way. Clearly they're willing to spend money. So from our point of view, what we saw more and more is that piracy is the result of bad service on the part of game companies. So it really is a question of how can you provide the best possible service to your customers, and pricing really is one of the less important aspects of that whole equation. People are happy to pay if they're getting what they perceive as a great product delivered on their terms. This is an example.
A big chunk of piracy demand comes from the fact that there's literally no legal option. There's literally no legal alternative to watch or to access the thing you want to watch at home. And it's actually the exact same story that plays out in the world of manga. It can take an incredibly long time for communities outside of Japan to receive a version of the manga in their language. One Piece, for example, took 7 years for the first volume to be translated into English. And in that time, the pirates decided to do what the company wouldn't do for them, which was to painstakingly translate page by page this manga in order to give it to people who really wanted it. It's not so much that piracy was a way to circumvent the legal method, it's that piracy was the only alternative in the absence of a legal method. It's grown so quickly because there's literally no legal alternative. The pirates are doing what the actual publishers are refusing to do, provide a service that's actually accessible. I never thought I'd say that Millwall fans and manga readers have much in common, but they actually both face a very similar problem. If we go back to that clip I showed you at the start of the Millwall FC fans chanting, we actually have a clear example of a service problem. If you don't know much about British football, here's a little bit of lore. In England, a bunch of primetime football matches are not actually shown on TV. It's a rule that was implemented to encourage people to actually physically go to the matches and to support like local teams. However, football is incredibly expensive these days. Season tickets can cost in the thousands, and it's beyond what most people can afford. It's a clear case where people want a way to watch the match that's actually affordable, but they've not been offered that solution because tons of the matches are not broadcast on TV anyways, and the alternative of going in person has become prohibitively expensive. And so people have turned to the Fire Stick, right? It's not necessarily always about like circumventing the law. These dynamics, specifically like access to content, is a big reason we see piracy spreading out of just media and into places like research. Nobody becomes a scientific researcher with the plan of putting all of their research behind a $60 paywall. And in fact, the whole point of science is to allow diverse opinions to be put up to the light of critical scrutiny. If you want to see how ridiculous these paywalls and these artificial barriers to access can get, Sci-Hub, which is one of the main websites that people use to pirate scientific content, gets over 500,000 visitors every day. And Elsevier, which is one of the biggest scientific publishers, sued the creator of Sci-Hub and was awarded $15 million in a settlement for it. I was trying to read about this like settlement, and I came across an article describing the court case in Nature, which is published by another giant publisher. And this article, right, which is like meant to discourage pirating scientific research, costs $40 to read for a PDF that's supposed to at least implicitly convince you that piracy is unethical and not worth getting involved with. And you need to pay $40 for the privilege of reading the anti-piracy article. And the people who write the articles
That's
don't see the
insane.
benefit. It goes straight to the publisher. Services seem to have forgotten like a lesson that they had already learned years ago, which is that a comprehensive, affordable service is always going to win. And you can only squeeze your consumers so far before they begin to look elsewhere, which is what they've been doing. And people are finally deciding to vote with their wallets and sail the seven seas. While the legitimate options for accessing film, TV, sports, science, manga, literally all kinds of media and information have steadily been getting worse, the pirate options have been focusing on improving customer service, on improving the quality of their service, on getting the price down, and on making it accessible to people across the world, which you would think that companies that wanted to compete in a market would try to do. They would try to provide a better service. Instead, they've tried to leverage intellectual property rights and force you to subscribe to their service, rather than genuinely try and convince you that their service would improve your life in a way that feels mutually beneficial. I want to say it's surprising, but it's really not, because what I feel like we're seeing is a recreation of the dynamics of like the early 2000s, when all of these services just fundamentally didn't want to create something that was appealing and instead wanted to create something where you had no choice. And that strategy only has so much staying power when there are armies of highly skilled and highly motivated developers who understand that people want something that's affordable, accessible, and useful. And if they can't get that legally, then they'll get it in whatever way they can. People are voting with their wallets, which is the only way that anyone listens. Hey yo, thanks for watching. If you feel like you learned something and you want another way to support the channel that's completely free, please consider joining my Patreon. It is linked in the description below and probably in the corner of the screen somewhere. I'm trying to make an effort to create some community outside of YouTube.
Still waiting.
secured the enemy intelligence.
There it is!
Hold still!
There it is!
Lemon.
We have taken the enemy intelligence.
Lemon.
Nope.
We have secured the enemy intelligence.
There it is!
Lemon.
There it is!
Lemon.
The enemy has alert. The enemy has taken our intelligence.
There it is! 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 There it is!
Alert. The enemy has taken our intelligence. The enemy has dropped our intelligence. Success. We have secured the enemy.
There it is!
Lemon.
There it is!
Lemon.
No!
The enemy has taken our intelligence. We have
One.
the enemy intelligence. The enemy has dropped our intelligence.
Lemon. Lemon.
There it is!
We have secured the enemy. The enemy has alert. The enemy has dropped our intelligence. Alert. The enemy has taken our intelligence. You failed. The enemy.
Lemon. Lemon.
We have taken the enemy intelligence.
Lemon. Lemon.
No!
Alert. The enemy has dropped our intelligence. We have dropped the enemy intelligence.
There it is!
We have taken the enemy intelligence.
No! Hit reg is so shit reg.
The enemy has
God
taken
dang
our
it.
intelligence. We have dropped the enemy. We have dropped the enemy intelligence.
Thanks, mate.
The enemy has dropped our intelligence. Alert. The enemy has taken our intelligence. We have taken the enemy intelligence. The enemy intelligence. The enemy has taken our intelligence. The enemy intelligence. We have dropped the enemy intelligence. The enemy is alert. You failed. The enemy is secure our intelligence.
No.
We have taken the enemy. The enemy has taken our intelligence. The enemy has dropped our intelligence.
What?
The enemy has captured our intelligence.
Lemon. There it is! Lemon. There it is! There it is!
The enemy has dropped the enemy has taken our intelligence. We have taken the enemy intelligence. Success. We have secured the enemy intelligence. You failed. The enemy is secure.
Lemon. 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 Lemon.
Fuck off! Come on. Just shoot, shoot, shoot. Fine. I want to kill that fucking scout so badly. Maybe I'll just target him. Of course. I guess he wants to die too. Oh, he's dead already. Too bad. Nope. Can you not tab out? Oh, God. Dude! Oh. Fuck! Can I rocket jump? Alright. Waiting. Alright, Pyro, you wanna air blast this? Oh, you got killed! Couldn't air blast everything, could you? God. Oh my god! Just always at low health because they have random crits. Every single time. Air blast this! Oh, someone else. Another bot. Gonna get that heavy. Uh. Excuse me? How does he keep getting more damage than me when I'm really next to him? Of course they hit every single shot. Still haven't found a game. Feeling better now. The waiting truly is the hard part. Ugh. Talk about the queue and finally get a game. Ugh. That took so long. Ugh.
Who is not ready to fight? Go! Get bloody going! Everybody ready?
I am ready.
We need a teleporter right here. We need a dispenser right here.
Congratulations. You've certainly manned up for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Let's get him. There it is. There it is.
Can I actually hit? No!
Engineer! Rebuster! Well done. I'm giving you a bonus.
That means I can at least finish off all of Decoy.
Pony up, boys! Move it, lads! Thanks for that, Trucky. Go, go, go! Go, go, go! Sound off if you're ready.
Manco is under attack. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A tank has entered the area. Get to an upgrade station and prepare for the next wave. Greed is good. Have a bonus.
Let's go, mates! Well, back to the front. Moving out.
I'm ready! Oh! Get everybody ready!
intelligence.
Let's go, mates.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Let's do it!
The spies are here. All spies destroyed.
There it is!
I'll be
Lemon.
Lemon.
There it is! There it is!
Lemon. Lemon.
There it is!
Lemon, lemon. Lemon, lemon. Lemon, lemon.
Lemon.
Dude! Oh my god!
You have destroyed all spiders. Incoming spies. Well done. Good. Now get to an upgrade station.
Engineer is stranded to team! On my way, on my way. Come on, kid. Move it, lads! Fall in, men. Let's go, mate. That's good trip! Ah! Pony up, boys! Sentry going up!
The robots are here. Protect Manco. You. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Another sentry buster has entered the area. I'm giving you a bonus.
Sound off if you're ready.
All right. This should be mission number 3.
I'm ready. Pony up, boys. Go!
Magica is under attack. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attention, engineers. We've got a sentry buster.
This thing feels incredibly laggy right now.
Beating them back. For the moment. Quickly, get to an upgrade station.
Y'all ready?
Hey, other engineer, put your frickin' sentry up here. Having another sentry up here will do better against these fucking tanks that are coming up.
Sentry going up.
Put it here. No, your primary sentry. Primary sentry you have at the freaking bomb site. Place it up here. It's better to have it up here than freaking back there.
This is the last wave. Fight! 2, 1.
I only know Polish.
Alert! Another sentry buster has entered the area. A tank has entered the area.
Last one alive, lock the door. There it is.
Another sentry buster has entered the area. That is an exceptional victory.
That took a while. But we finally did it. We're just halfway through this tour now.
The 2010s were the golden age of piracy. BitTorrent accounted for a third of all internet traffic. LimeWire had more monthly users than Facebook, and the Pirate Bay was the only video store in town where you were sure to find what you were looking for. Hypothetically, of course. The world was slowly switching from physical to digital media, and even people who weren't particularly tech-savvy realized that digital goods could be replaced endlessly with practically zero marginal cost. At its peak, 95% of all music downloads were pirated because it had become cheaper and, above all else, an easier way to fill up large digital libraries that were being made possible by cheap digital storage. But then, it just stopped. Since 2012, the internet has gotten faster, storage has gotten cheaper, and people have become more comfortable with computers, which should have just accelerated a growth trend. But it didn't. Since 2015, peer-to-peer file sharing has collapsed in popularity, and you might think you already know why. Streaming services like Spotify and Netflix were just a better, easier, and safer way to access content. And now, as these services have become markedly worse and simultaneously more expensive, piracy is making a comeback. It seems pretty simple, right? The only problem is that's not the whole story. Realistically, these companies knew this day would come. It was just really important that they could pretend it wouldn't.
For a lot of people, they've decided it's time to cut back.
But legitimately, it might be time to cancel some subscriptions, and I'm probably gonna have to cancel some.
Some of them I'm not using, and it's just wasting money.
There's so many of these, it's hard to keep track.
At that point, that's an adversarial relationship. I don't want to pay people to enter adversarial relationships.
We aim, as I said, for this business to be a growth business for the company with margins that our shareholders will feel good about.
So what really made piracy go away and what's really bringing it back might sound simple, but there's actually a bit more going on. First and foremost, the majority of people actually would like to acquire their media legally as long as it was easy and not ridiculously expensive. Most reasonable people understand that it costs time and money to produce a song, film a movie, or develop a video game, and the people involved in these projects do need to be compensated or else they are just not going to make them. Even people who frequent the high seas, so to speak, know this better than anybody else. A survey coming out of Australia at the peak of online piracy found that people who pirated content were actually more likely to pay for it if it was available. In a finding that really ages the study, online pirates were far more likely to pay for movies and music through iTunes or QuickFix. This was because people who pirated content were just more likely to consume content overall, and most of them would only make the trip to the Bay if they couldn't find what they were looking for more legitimately. So there were two things that changed after 2013. Sure, there were a few high-profile crackdowns on some of these sites, but even the regulators themselves knew they were just playing a game of whack-a-mole. One of the most downloaded files on the Pirate Bay was the Pirate Bay, a complete copy of the site with all of the addresses that could be set up by basically anybody with some basic server hardware in the event that the authorities took down the original site. But then came along the streaming sites that, thanks to faster internet speeds, could let users watch content on demand without granting them direct access to digital files which could then be copied and shared illegally. The big thing was that these options were just so easy compared to piracy, and so cheap compared to buying songs or movies one by one that it just didn't really make sense to bother with anything else. Nowadays, that's clearly changed. There are dozens of streaming services that are each getting more and more expensive every year. The movies and shows that you watch are being split up over different providers. The services themselves are getting worse by introducing ads and pushing less relevant content. And on top of all of that, it's just not that easy anymore. Even individual TV shows have certain seasons split up over different streaming services, and the first step in sitting down to watch a movie these days is to Google what streaming service has the 1984 release of Gremlins, and if you're unlucky, what streaming service plus what VPN combo will get you the movie you want to watch. If you're already going through all that effort, it gets really tempting to just replace streaming services with your port of choice, because in most cases, it will just be easier. So yeah, streaming services were cheap and easy, which killed the need for piracy. But then they slowly became expensive and terrible, which brought it back. Pretty straightforward, right? Wrong. It's easy to write this whole thing off as just dumb companies being needlessly greedy to their own peril. And while that's definitely part of the problem, there is a lot more to it than that. Music streaming by comparison is decent. There are multiple services, but almost all of them have almost all of the music that you would possibly be looking for. As a result, nobody really bothers to pirate songs anymore, which is particularly impressive when you remember that just 15 years ago, 95% of music was being downloaded illegally. Artists have not been thrilled about the lower revenue they have got from streaming versus physical album sales, but most of them still go along with it because even a small share of something is better than most of their music being accessed for free. This raises a potentially unpopular idea, that it might not be streaming that's broken, it might be the movie industry that's broken. The golden age of streaming was never going to last because it was never meant to last. So it's time to learn how money works to find out why piracy is really making a comeback. This video was made possible by iScanner. I was sorting through some old receipts for tax season, trying to remember which ones I still needed to file. And of course, one of the important ones had coffee stains all over it. The text was barely readable. Classic me. That's why I started using iScanner. I just scanned the receipt and it used AI to clean everything up. It straightened the page, fixed the lighting, and even removed the worst of the stains. I could finally read the numbers again, and drop the PDF straight into my records. Since then, it's kind of become my go-to. Whenever I'm scanning documents, notes, receipts, or even something my dog got his teeth on, iScanner makes it super easy to salvage whatever's left and turn it into something useful. It's fast, it works across all my devices, and the free version actually does what I need, including editing, signatures, and storing everything in one place. Check it out with the link below. and make your paperwork just a little less painful. Netflix is the most dominant movie and TV streaming service in the world. It has over 300 million paying subscribers, and unlike a lot of its competitors, it's actually profitable. But from its very first days of online streaming, they knew they would eventually lose people back to piracy. They just really didn't care. And to see why, I'm sorry, but you are going to have to look at some financials. Last year, it made $8.7 billion in net income after taxes, which is extremely impressive. But it still makes it hard to justify the valuation of more than $500 billion. At that rate, shareholders would need 57 years for their investment to pay off, which is not a reasonable bet for a company in an industry that has only been dominant for a decade. 57 years ago, watching a movie looked like this. And in another 57 years from now, it's highly unlikely that we will still be watching movies through the current selection of streaming services. Now, most investors in this company aren't dumb. They know that Netflix can't make their money back with its current structure. What they are banking on is being able to offer a cheaper service that they can charge more for in order to fatten up those margins.
Let's not talk about my margins, by the way. Being nice and fat, that's a nice shirt. Do they make it for men?
Anyway, cutting content, raising prices, and pushing strange features like mobile games within the app are not some surprise new rollout. They are part of a development plan that the company knew it would have to implement since it started offering online streaming. It would just be a lot better if they could do it without competition. Now, on the expenses side, there is some good news. As technology improves, network infrastructure has become cheaper for the same capacity, which means the actual cost to stream videos to users is getting better every year. Netflix's cost of revenue adjusted for inflation has actually been stable since 2022, despite adding almost 100 million new users in that time. Included in those costs are the aforementioned servers and network infrastructure, but it also includes the cost to license and produce their own movies, TV shows, and games. Another big reason their costs have been improving is because they just aren't licensing as much content as they used to, and that's for two reasons. The first was a business decision to cut down on a cost, especially for content that wasn't drawing in new users. The second reason is simply because they can't get their hands on as many titles anymore, because independent studios have made their own streaming services and want to keep their biggest IPs exclusive, so they can force users to either switch to their platform or shell out for 2 or more streaming services. Netflix is slowly producing its own titles, but that hasn't caught up to the content they are losing from licensing. So then why does this mean that Netflix doesn't care about piracy? Well, publicly they say they do, of course, but piracy is going to hurt their competition a lot more than it's going to hurt them. If people can't find a movie or show on Netflix and then give up and pirate it, that didn't really cost Netflix any money, because the vast majority of content out there wasn't theirs to lose, and they most likely didn't spend the money producing it. A 2023 paper in the Journal of Economic Behavior and Organization titled Pirate and Chill found that when movies moved off Netflix to another platform, piracy of that content increased by more than 20%. Now, first and foremost, that's an amazing name for a professional journal article. But apart from that, it showed why Netflix hasn't been too concerned with online piracy. In a now infamous quote from the company's chief content officer, they said that in order for Netflix to be successful, we need to become movie studios faster than movie studios can become us. Piracy that disproportionately hurt legacy movie studios and their libraries of content was not something that Netflix would encourage. But behind closed doors, they certainly weren't too sad it was happening. Another way to think about this is that obviously Amazon isn't encouraging shoplifting, but it's a problem that hurts their competition far more than it hurts them. Piracy has also been a handy little tool throughout the company's history. Back in 2013, it admitted to using data from online piracy sites to find out what was popular and therefore what was worth licensing. Okay, so Netflix doesn't care about the rise of piracy, but what about the actual Hollywood studios? Well, they obviously do, and they crack down on IP theft with furious anger, but they are in a difficult situation. They could send piracy back to the dark ages by reconcentrating their content onto a single easy platform, but at the moment that would probably be Netflix, which a company like Disney would obviously not be willing to go along with after investing so much in their own service. If they keep competing though, they are just going to make the experience worse for everybody and probably lose more ground to the high seas. Now, for these companies, this whole fight could not be happening at a worse time. There is a reason why music studios were able to play nice and make their content available just about anywhere while movie studios were fighting to the death. Music is simply much cheaper to produce, and there are far more sources of alternative revenue beyond just directly selling a song or an album. Artists don't make as much from streaming as they would from a physical album sale, but they can make it up in tours, merchandising, and other licensing deals. On the flip side, movies have largely been getting more expensive to produce, while cinema attendance has never fully recovered from its dip during COVID. Ironically, one of the biggest theater releases of the past 5 years was actually for a music studio with the cinema release of Taylor Swift's Eras Tour. In the past, poor box offices wouldn't matter as much, because mid-budget movies could make a lot of their money back through DVD sales. But obviously, that's not really a thing anymore. So studios have put even more effort into pushing their streaming services to eventually make back the difference. It's a bold strategy, and there are hundreds of billions of dollars in market cap at stake. So executives really want to pretend that eventually it'll work out. But if it doesn't, there are some lessons to be learned from the music industry which didn't beat piracy. It just made it unnecessary. The first is that movies have simply become too expensive for the current market. Studios have recognized that people are only going to the movies for special occasion releases these days because it's expensive, the theater experience isn't that good anymore, and people can just wait a month and watch it for free on one of the streaming services that they were already paying for. Instead of making the whole thing cheaper and putting less of their eggs in a single basket, they have doubled down on producing mega blockbusters. Of the 20 most expensive movies ever made, 19 of them came out in the last 10 years after streaming was already mainstream. These figures also only count the production budget, not the marketing budget. And on the revenue side, the box office doesn't include the share paid out to movie theaters. With even extremely generous estimates of those arrangements, only about half of these releases made their money back, and some in particular like the Marvels, Snow White, Dial of Destiny, and the latest Mission Impossible movie are shaping up to be catastrophic losses. So far, studios have been able to justify these flagship productions to their investors by talking about their IP value, which can later be extracted by bringing in customers to their streaming platforms. But that isn't really happening. Customers who join because they want to watch a single movie didn't tend to stay subscribed for very long compared to those who enjoy a deeper library of mid-budget movies or TV shows. I don't know about you, but I tend to take my subscription to whatever streaming service is hosting The Office this month. These huge productions also put more strain on the business as these losses have to be made up somewhere, and that is more often than not increased prices, more ads, and worse overall service. Now, I would forgive you for not feeling too sorry for Hollywood studio executives, but they are really in a no-win situation here. The harder they push back against the changing media landscape, the harder they push people towards the high seas. So anyway, now might be a good time to shamelessly plug that these videos are being made available ad-free on Spotify. So if you would prefer to listen in or watch it over there, I have left a link in the description. And if you think it's just streaming services that have been getting so bad, go and watch this video next to find out why making junk makes so much money. And don't forget to like and subscribe to keep on learning how money works.
I saw this article recently about the number of people
Online censorship is getting out of control. Never have I been more embarrassed at the free world as I watch their politicians take away our liberty with the most crooked smile on their face. Also, it's rich hearing them say, "Do it for the kids." The government is the last group of people I want to hear that from. Lately, they'll do anything but protect the kids. So if you don't know, the Online Safety Act, which requires your ID to just browse the internet, has been passed in the United Kingdom, and what's scary is that it's coming for the United States next. Remember, this country is founded on liberty. We are proud of its freedom, yet here we are with our lawmakers also thinking of enacting these dystopian laws in the form of the Kids Online Safety Act. Don't let lawmakers fool you. It's not just protecting kids from adult content, as the United Kingdom already makes people go through the system just to access Spotify, Discord, YouTube, and even Wikipedia. And I know that there will always be that government bootlicker who's gonna have a brain dead take of, if you've never done anything wrong, then what are all you guys scared of? Just give them your ID. That's not how this is gonna work, buddy. The United Kingdom especially clearly has already shown that they will use this system to arrest someone over political things that they don't agree with. That is the real reason they want our ID, for a police state. It's not a matter of not doing anything wrong. It's a matter of still doing everything right, but now being told you're wrong since the government can make whatever narrative they want since they now monitor every aspect of our lives. It's a Trojan horse disguised as an anti-adult content movement that's aimed at protecting the kids. But in actuality, the government wants to monitor you and establish a social credit score. I feel anyone saying these laws aren't a big deal are people who've never realized how much they take for granted the freedom they have in their country, or have never had family who struggled with freedom because they come from countries where governments are significantly more oppressive and spy on literally everything they do and can literally imprison them, or even imprison their family and send their family to prison camps over something they say online. This is all the more sad because I'm watching these Facebook moms and uneducated Karens and beta bootlickers who are so easily baited by the adult video industry is ruining the internet. It's coming after our kids. Let's let this law go through. Woo! And the government's just sitting in the corner rubbing their hands together because they're super happy that they get to monitor everyone now. First off, I've always wanted to dunk on helicopter parents and their garbage parenting style, so now's a good time to finally do so. They seem to have this unhealthy obsession of monitoring and controlling their kids as much as possible and want to censor them from the world so that they'll never lose their innocence. Think of like Ned Flanders from like The Simpsons. Here's the reality though. The government shouldn't be responsible for stepping in to make up for the shortcomings of these bad parents. I'm so sick and tired of these parents who think it's the internet's responsibility to raise their kids and protect their kids' innocence. Since when has being a good parent become so underrated? Can we get parents who actually raise their kids again instead of expecting online influencers and websites and especially the government to try? That is ridiculous. Also, your kid has to learn about the world someday. Protecting their innocence will never last forever because by definition your kid is not going to be a kid forever. That's literally how time works. Therefore, if you don't teach them about the cruelty of society, then society itself will teach them instead, and society is not nearly as patient or kind at teaching that subject. I've had plenty of peers growing up who were really sheltered, hyper-Christian, and super spoiled, and now some of them are way worse adults because they got addicted to substances or became a horrible alcoholic. They got multiple DUIs, can't get jobs, can't drive anymore. If you ever seen like those IRL streamers or break channels who try rage baiting people in public, then get shot or surprised that they get their ass beat, that's further proof that if parents don't humble their kids, then society will break them as adults. The rest of society doesn't have the patience to teach a 25-something what they should have learned at 14 in a high school hallway, which is why parents shouldn't be trying to shoulder the burden onto society to deal with their kids' corn addiction or constant swiping of mom's credit card or constantly throwing bits at their local e-girls on Twitch, or heck, even just wailing on gacha games because they're parasocially attached to a PNG. A responsibility of a parent is to raise and take care of their kid. That is not the internet's responsibility, and especially not the government's. However, since the government is exploiting these helicopter Karens' insecurity of not being able to raise their own kid, the government's now taking this opportunity to collectively ruin all of our lives now by preying on the weakness of those Karens. These are the same adults who struggle to close apps on their smartphones because of how technologically illiterate they are. They have no internet literacy. They're extremely inadequate. These are the worst group of people to let vote for the system, yet they're the very first group of people to vote for this system because of how horrendous they understand the internet and technology in general and how poor their parenting behavior is. It's ironic considering some of them talk all the time about freedom and value themselves as patriots, which is why I want them to listen closely and know that the government is going to abuse this new system for bad faith takedowns. There's no distinct differentiation regarding satire, journalism, or political criticism in a lot of these censorship laws. The United Kingdom specifically even says that it will purposely take things if it thinks it's like too politically extreme, but what does that mean, right? At what point are you just using it to silence the other side? In other words, these laws can easily and quickly be abused by the very government that is meant to protect us. Instead, they can use it to silence us. So to the older folk watching this video, I want you to realize that this law, it is the death of First Amendment. It is a complete death of free speech.
Enemy radar spike. Warning missile. Warning inbound missile.
United Kingdom has already shown that it loves to arrest people for stuff they say online. Look, we've all been edgy, angsty, or rebellious teenagers before, and some of you watching might still be in that phase or have yet to enter that phase, but trust that you'll get there, and it's okay when you get there, because people change over time. Like, think of how senior year high school you thinks freshman year version of yourself is cringe. Now fast forward 4 more years, senior college you is gonna think high school senior you was cringe, and so on. People shouldn't be at risk of being arrested for being an angsty youth who said something really stupid online. It is the worst use of tax dollars and prison infrastructure to lock these teens and college-age students over online speech, because that's what this is going to end up being used for in the near future when it passes. They were accused of false communications, fake news, and so on. And again, ignoring the fact that some of these people will just genuinely always fall for conspiracies and fake news, let's remember that it's not worth sending them to jail over. That you could also be jailing the wrong person, because there's absolutely a chance that you, me, or several other people who are just going to partake in satire. Like, there are a lot of people who understand the ridiculous nature of some fake news and are fully self-aware that it's completely fake, but just want to pretend to fall for it and start crap posting about it on all corners of the internet. It's just satire, right? So imagine making like jokes, memes, or satires about something that's obviously so fake news coded just to make your friends laugh in a group chat or Discord server, but the government comes knocking on your door a few days later and boom, busts out the chat logs, now you're in the handcuffs. The fact that these laws aren't even fully passed, but arrests have already happened, just goes to show how authoritarian and disgusting the real intentions behind these laws are. The government is just waiting for a full-blown green light to just screw everyone over. Like, this is going to literally affect everyone in a negative manner. It does not matter where you fall politically, or even if you have no political values at all, this is gonna affect your life. Speaking of the kids, how about the Jeffrey situation, huh? Yeah, now the government decides it cares about kids all of a sudden. Yeah, all of a sudden at the end of the July, you guys care about kids, when throughout the entirety of that month, you know, where were you a few weeks ago regarding those papers, huh? Why is the Kids Online Safety Act so important now, huh? This is just me proving a point that the government is going to say whatever they want to get what they want when they want it from us. They do not care about kids. They've clearly shown they don't care about protecting the kids. All they've ever done lately is take, never given a damn thing back. Genuinely breaks my heart knowing that Americans used to laugh at people in China over the social credit score meme, and that wasn't even that many years ago. Yet here we are, about to pitfall into the same exact system they once ridiculed. Like, is that not like the death of liberty? Is that not the death of freedom? What's the big deal, eh? You know, here's the part of the video where I'm gonna debunk the most common counter-argument from bootlickers and undercover government agents. Here's a lukewarm take that I keep hearing repeated in the past few weeks. Why is everyone so okay with giving an ID to drink alcohol, but all of a sudden it's not okay with this? It's just an ID, guys. Just an ID. Okay. Alcohol is a physical, consumable item that can lead to horrible decisions like drunk driving and can actually negatively affect other people's lives. Want to know how many people die if someone makes edgy remarks on the internet? Basically none. So let's not pretend these are the same caliber, not even remotely close.
Something else I wanted to add for that is just because these are like privately owned companies that are providing alcohol, not the government. So it's like, yeah, they'll only give up some of that information if something bad did happen, like say a car crash because of a drunk driving incident. Otherwise, it's not like these alcohol companies really care about what you do, unless it involves, well, other people being harmed or killed as a result. That's when they step in. They're not going to be constantly spying on you. That's the thing.
Also, what about the ID system for Spotify? What is their excuse for that? There's no universe where you can compare listening to music on Spotify as the same as going out to a nightclub with adults grinding on each other with alcohol everywhere. Obviously, you need to present ID for that. I'm sick and tired of hearing that this isn't a big deal, and then they greenlight the government to speedrun this law through legislators, and once the law does pass, it's going to be super hard to overturn once it's enacted. But in the meantime, it's going to ruin all of our lives as we quickly regret how stupid of a decision unfortunate it was to speedrun it through Congress. They aren't going to stop at our ID either, by the way. This isn't just our ID. Several lawmakers are also pushing for biometric data like face and fingerprints over the internet. Like I said, this isn't alcohol, this isn't firearms, this is the internet. Like, they're gonna track our face when browsing the internet to see if we can use certain websites. That is a huge privacy violation, and I guarantee this part was included because big corporations love doing this. Like, they love stealing our data and giving us targeted ads based on our browsing behavior. So the last thing I want those jerks to have is our face and fingerprints too. Also, data leaks happen all the time. I don't trust them with that data. It's 100% gonna get hacked. Also, how am I gonna use my
70 alternative accounts!
Just to take advantage of the first-time buyer deal if my singular face will be now tied to all those accounts now? And wow, all of a sudden I'm seeing why greedy corporations want them to go through with this. And yes, I shamelessly do use alternative accounts to reuse that 10 to 15% first-time buyer deal when shopping. I mean, have you seen this economy lately? That's probably gonna be next video's topic. What's even sadder is, imagine you gave your ID, face, fingerprint, but you still get rejected from browsing certain websites because an AI has decided you are not of age to access it. RIP to every single adult with baby faces. I guess y'all's ID won't even matter since the companies using AI apparently know you better than you do yourself. And dang, I just realized all of us Asians are gonna get cooked here. That's why Twitter loses it whenever they see a mid-20-something Asian lady and start claiming that it's not right to be attracted to her because that's not an adult, even though she's very clearly adult. Like, I'm sorry that we don't get our first wrinkle until we become 40, all right? So I guess we're all 15 years old according to the entire internet and according to these AI biometric scanners. So guys, I might not be able to log back into this YouTube account if this does pass as a law, because I might have to wait 12 years until I get my first wrinkle. Sorry that I'm Asian apparently, and I don't look old.
They've just announced they're rolling out AI in the US to detect if users are actually under 18, ignoring whatever the account's stated age is, and will apply restrictions to users it suspects are teens.
Yes, YouTube and a few other websites have discussed using AI to monitor someone's browsing behavior to then estimate their age and restrict access to certain content. So just in case a kid steals their parents' ID, oh no, no Roblox or Pokemon for them, ha, boom. This system knows that it's still a kid watching it. This of course is so stupid because it completely ignores the fact that several grown adults do look up content like Roblox, Minecraft, Pokemon cards, and they also spend thousands of dollars on Legos, all of which are items that correlate with kids. Imagine being blocked from the internet just because you have a hobby that the internet deems too childlike. And before someone laughs or ridicules those adults for owning Legos or playing Pokemon, this can easily snowball and affect everyone. Imagine if the internet also decides, well, only kids usually like race cars and dinosaurs and monster trucks and skateboards. Therefore, based on that kind of watch history, they should also be considered minors. And boom, now you can't even watch car videos because you're getting age restricted because it thinks you're a kid.
Over the next few weeks, we'll begin to roll out machine learning to a small set of users in the US to estimate their age so that teens are treated as teens. And
like, why should a system determine that certain activities or genres
don't
are
use a
indicators
small
of
data
someone's
set.
age? Like, the entire gaming community is going to disappear off YouTube, basically. People who do theme park content are going to get Thanos snapped as well. Like, this is just horrendously stupid. But yeah, to all the UK and Australian viewers, I appreciate y'all having to go through the trenches and getting bombarded by 10 government drones while you were trying to boot up your VPN to even watch this video. I'm honored to have you guys risking your life to be watching, and I hope that you all can hang in there, and I pray that the United States does not follow suit in the same footsteps. I do not want a single person in the US to ever brag about freedom against China ever again if we actually end up passing this law, because if we just straight up turn into the same country, except without the cool cyberpunk cities and functional train infrastructure, bro, I might just move back. China number one. Anyways, that's it for this video. Like if you like it, share it with your pet spider, and subscribe for more weekly situations updates. Thanks for watching, and I'll see y'all next time. Blade Angel out.
Ugh. Ugh. Oh. This truly is the hard part of MvM.
New device. Yes.
The heavy, he just gets to see me disappear. But finally, we found the game. It took so long. I watched a few real time. And well, what's happening in the UK is just absolutely atrocious, in my opinion. But it's pretty clear why they're doing it. It has nothing to do with children. And everything, well, monitoring their civilian. Yeah. It'd be nice if they could actually just, you know, revoke that law, but they're not gonna do it. Got some fresh new blood in here, so that's waiting for other people to actually press up more. And then the worst, what's even worse is then using the AI to determine people's apparent internet activity and then judging their age based on that. It's ridiculous. So if someone has an affinity for certain hobbies, like say if they're really into Lego or into trucks or video games or anything that may be considered childish to the AI, well, you're kind of boned. That's kind of stupid. Because there are plenty of adults who love who love some of these so-called kids things. Especially since a lot of them aren't just made for kids.
Well done. You've all made
Of course, it's only a small amount that are actually predators, like say a needle in a haystack. The majority of them are just, you know, they just really like it. Oh. Dude saw me.
Well done. Good. Get to an upgrade station.
If anyone is in chat, how are you all doing? Just lurking and working, I guess.
Let us begin.
I somehow collected more than our scout. It's probably just because the heavies drop more than the pyros. But that's Mean Machines.
You suck. The worm has turned, gentlemen. You suck. Today is a good day.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Cotton balloons!
Oh my god. Dude, it's lagging so badly. Holy shit. That's really annoying.
Lemon.
Get me back. Good. Now find an upgrade station.
Gonna get health on kill. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be resetting my PC after this stream.
I am ready to fight robots!
You got this, boys.
I am ready. I'm ready. Y'all ready?
3, 2, 1. The tank is halfway through.
Why is the second dispenser needed here?
y'all, boys.
Greetings, good. Have a bonus.
Afterwards, it's just quarry and manhunt.
Let's go.
You stand next to the dispenser all the time. Why do you need it? Why do you need a medic if you just camp right next to the dispenser anyways? Why do you even need a medic? You're standing right next to a dispenser at all times.
Good. I'm giving you a bonus.
Y'all ready?
Bring me Metal Man to fight!
Pony up, boys. Go, go, go!
Ready to fight!
The robots are here. Protect Manco. You only need 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alert! There are multiple tanks.
I lost the timing because it's fucking lagging like shit.
Well done. Green is good. Have a bonus.
Engineer is credit to team! Nom, 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 nom.
Might just have to download the entire Mario Kart World OST and play it on something instead. YouTube is just atrocious.
I'm ready. Y'all ready?
Like, why does YouTube need that much processing? Is beyond me. When Twitch uses much less.
This is the final wave. Fight! 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ah, so feeling.
Of course.
Alert! Another sentry buster has entered the area. This was truly above and beyond the call of duty.
NG finishing, and it is stickies. Rust stickies. Whew! It's 2 more missions. Bro, what? Oh, fuck this. Ah, Reddit's the first. Okay, so the entire OST. I could just. It could just download. I gotta use the washroom real quick. that Mario Kart jukebox will be kicking in fairly soon. Fresh. What?
Success. We have secured the enemy intelligence.
Bro, they keep stealing my fucking kills! Wayne, how you doing? I already beat 4 missions so far, so I'm just waiting on the last 2. Yeah, I did. What? Oh! Of course the scout gets crits. I'm not gonna make it. And somehow we found the game a lot faster this time around. All right. Cinema. All right. Quarry King time.
Alert! A tank has entered the area.
There we go.
I'm moving this. There wasn't getting any lighter.
They're not done yet. Get to an upgrade station before they return. Good. I'm giving you a bonus.
Fancy number for tank. Welcome to the Lemon Party. I hope you enjoy your stay here. Thank you for the follow, Atlas.
Greed is good. Have a bonus.
Hello. Doing all right. I'm actually on the second to last mission for this tour. I got some Mario Kart music I can start right now.
Go! Sentry going up. Moving out. That's good trip. Medic! Heavy load coming through. Is everyone ready? I am ready to fight.
Oh, yeah, I should probably adjust the volume. Nice. No! I got shot. No! I'm gonna miss money. Rip. Because of... Thanks. That was quite a gong show, wouldn't you say? Just those soldiers getting past. The teleporter getting destroyed. The works. Well, I guess the name checks out for RNG. Oh boy. Dude, build a fucking teleporter.
Incoming fire. Good. I'm giving you a bonus.
Let us begin.
Hey, Hank!
The attack has started.
Everybody ready?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Music.
Alert! Another sentry buster has entered the area.
Oh my god.
Sentry buster has entered the area.
Yes. Air blasted directly onto the teleporter.
For the moment. Good. I'm giving you a bonus. small win, but we win! 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There it is! There it is! There it is! There it is! There it is!
Another sentry buster has entered the area. Exceptional victory.
All right, that is just one mission left. What? You fuck off. Stupid fucking scout. You want to use your pistol so badly? Huh? Huh? Pistol this! Getting all those fucking meat shots. What? What? Please kill him! Oh, for fuck's sake! I so badly want to kill this scout. Get out of here! Oh my god. Just want to kill that bot scout so badly. Hey. Oh my god. Of course I don't get the chance because there's two heavies. There we go. my god. Whatever.
Lemon.
Of course he goes for me, and then basically gets himself killed because because my heavy is shooting at him.
You are not welcome in my world. There it is.
We have taken the enemy.
No!
There it is.
The enemy intelligence. We have taken the enemy intelligence. Alert. The enemy has
Air blast this.
dropped our intelligence.
Ah. Uh-oh. No. That's the end. I'm gonna... Alright, let's... King K. Rule. Yeah, Mario Kart 8 has an actual live performed soundtrack. The complete difference from its predecessors.
I can't believe Roblox has stooped to a new low. There have been massive updates in the Schlepp versus Roblox situation. For example, Creecraft has actually stepped in, helping Schlepp speak directly to a United States representative who's been dealing with the Epstein case being covered up. The government of Qatar has outright banned Roblox. Roblox is now openly banning people for protesting in support of Schlepp, and I'm one of those people. And now, in perhaps one of the most disgusting twists yet, Roblox has openly compared Schlepp to a... In this video, I go over everything new that's happened in just the last 24 hours. Before we get into everything, please make sure to like, subscribe, and share this video with a friend, because this proves Roblox isn't just silencing people, they're watching what you say, and they're ready to crush anyone who speaks up. Let's begin with what started happening after Schlepp's ban. Roblox didn't just stop with him, they've been in an all-out crusade to silence anyone from even mentioning his name. I've personally experienced mass warnings, chat restrictions, and even witnessed game takedowns, all because people dared to say two words: free Schlepp. This is coming right after Roblox began taking down shirts that were in protest of Schlepp's ban, and taking down Roblox dev forum posts that were calling for a dev strike. In my own testing, I typed free Schlepp in a Roblox game with no swearing, no threats, nothing else, and within minutes, I got hit with an official moderation warning. There was no spam, and this wasn't even harassment, it was literally just me showing support in a free Schlepp game. That's all it took for Roblox to step in and threaten to suspend my chat privileges. And here's the clip of that. So what you are seeing on screen right now is footage of me testing if I would get banned for supporting Schlepp in-game. After saying it a couple times, I first got a warning saying the things I was saying was against terms of services. Then, after saying it a couple more times, I had it pop up on my screen saying if you continue saying this, you'll get suspended from speaking again. After that, I got a ban from speaking for 6 minutes, then it was 10 minutes, and then in another recording it was 20 minutes. Anyways, I ended up trying to see if it would actually ban me from the platform, even if for a set amount of time, but no, the most I was able to get to, text bans up to about an hour. And it doesn't even end there. Community-made games showing support for Schlepps are also being deleted in real time. There was a game literally called Free Schlepp Raids, taken down instantly while people were playing it. You can see a clip and it goes from fully playable to this experience is currently under review in just seconds. Also, just for some extra context, the game where I originally recorded the experiment actually got taken down just a few hours later. I've also seen images being spread of people claiming they've been banned for saying free Schlepp, but I personally haven't been banned myself yet, so I can't say with 100% certainty that it happened, but it's clear that Roblox is taking aggressive steps to shut down the whole movement. After the mass takedowns and warnings, the situation caught the attention of one of the biggest names in the Roblox community, Creecraft, and this is where things took a huge political turn. Creecraft revealed that Congressman Rokana's office reached out to both him and Schlepp directly to discuss Roblox's ongoing child safety failures and broken moderation systems. Together, they provided Rokana's team with concrete examples of Roblox's policy failures, including games like bathroom simulators spilling through moderation while catchers get banned. Then, Congressman Kana himself issued a public statement, and in his own words, this wasn't just talk for publicity points either.
There is a growing issue in our country with Roblox, an online gaming platform, and the of children. Roblox is simply not doing enough to protect our kids, to inform parents, and to go after child. As you know, I have been leading the fight for the full release of the Epstein files. I believe in transparency, and I believe in protecting our children. Today, I'm calling on people to sign a petition. Let's get to 1 million signatures by Friday to push Roblox to do more to protect our children and to prosecute. We need to keep our kids safe online.
Rokana launched a public petition aimed at forcing Roblox to reevaluate their moderation and safety policies. He wants 1 million signatures by Friday to send a clear message. This isn't going away until Roblox changes how it operates. The pinned comment of this video will have a direct link to Rokana's petition so you can take action and help make that change. But before you head over there, let's talk about Roblox's new response, because instead of owning up to their own failures, their new public statement tries to rewrite the narrative entirely. First off, Roblox doesn't just criticize Schlepp's methods, they outright compare him to the very he's been catching. In their own post, they accuse him of impersonating minors and mimicking inappropriate behavior. What they fail to mention is that these weren't real minors, and this wasn't inappropriate in the way they're implying. These were decoy accounts, deliberately set up to lure in and expose. It's the exact same tactic used by law enforcement in legitimate sting operations. They intentionally frame it to sound sinister, as if Schlepp himself was a danger, when in reality he was filling the gaps left by Roblox's own broken safety systems. And this is where Roblox's spin becomes even more insulting. They push the narrative that vigilantes like Schlepp are somehow a larger problem than the themselves. Their big reason was that moving conversations off platform bypassed Roblox's safety tools. Here's the problem: those tools do not work at all. Reports get buried for weeks, months, sometimes even years. Stay active in games, chatting with children, like I said earlier, for years before Roblox acts, if they act at all. But the moment someone like Schlepp publicly exposes the platform and embarrasses them, they're gone within hours. Roblox moves faster to silence catchers than to remove the threats that they're warning about. Then comes what I like to call the accountability punchline. Roblox brags about their trusted flagger program, claiming that they work with reputable organizations to fast-track serious criminal reports. Sounds great until you realize who they don't let in. Schlepp, someone who has single-handedly removed more from Roblox than their own moderation team has admitted to take down serious offenders. But here's the reality: has been asking for over a year for a direct line to report cases. Not once did Roblox respond. They had a chance to turn his work into an official, powerful tool for community safety, and instead they chose to destroy his ability to operate. They could have easily partnered with one of the most effective hunters on the platform and worked together to keep kids safe. Instead, they painted him as a criminal, banned him, and tried to just basically erase him from history. This isn't about safety, it's about control. It's about them silencing the people who make Roblox look bad, even if those same people are doing the work Roblox refuses to. Before moving on, I also feel like it's necessary to include this clip where Creekcraft called out Roblox's broken moderation system, and honestly, the footage speaks for itself.
Okay, so I've just made a fresh account, brand new Roblox account. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna join Meep City, and I just want to see how long it takes until I see something inappropriate in the game. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and join on in. This is a fresh account. All right, never played on it before, and yep, there's a
This is a Roblox game that has been reported countless times by creators. Creekcraft reported it, Schlepp called it out, Green Lego Cats made hundreds of videos on it and somehow got hate for doing so. But no matter how you spin it, this clip proves that Roblox is not safe for kids. It took Creekcraft 4 seconds to find in a Roblox game. Now, I've got to talk about John Shadletsky's take on all of this. For those who don't know, Shadletsky was one of the Roblox's earliest employees, the 4th engineer they ever hired, and for the most part, he's usually a pretty cool and reasonable guy. But his comments on the Schlepp situation are easily one of the worst takes I've seen so far. Instead of acknowledging the cease and desist letter, which literally spells out Roblox's accusations against Schlepp, he doubled down by saying that people only know 10% of the details. Then, when someone provided the actual letter, he just completely ignored it. That's the kind of response that feels less like critical thinking and more like brushing off an uncomfortable truth. And unfortunately, it fits a pattern we've seen from Roblox leadership before. And that brings me to something even more insane. This isn't the first time that someone at the top of Roblox, including its CEO, has shown a disturbing stance on inappropriate content. Years ago, Roblox's own CEO was recorded casually discussing the idea of adding into Roblox. You didn't hear me wrong there. I said on a platform primarily used by children.
Do you think more mature things like will ever be allowed on Roblox?
What I would say is we would lead first and foremost with safety and civility, and then second with mirroring what happens in the physical world. And so I would never rule it out. I would say getting to that kind of stuff probably isn't in the short-term future.
Got us.
This clip isn't just some ancient or out-of-context line. It shows that the culture at top of Roblox has long been dangerously casual about these issues. So when Roblox today decides to go after people like Schlep instead of cleaning up its own platform, it's not coming out of nowhere. This mindset has been there for years, and that's exactly why this problem isn't going away until the people in charge change the way they operate. This whole situation isn't just about Schlep anymore, it's about what Roblox is willing to do to silence the people exposing the real dangers on their platform, while completely ignoring the causing those dangers in the first place. I mean, there's a pretty clear pattern of what's going on right now. From banning players for simply saying free Schlep, to pumping out a press release that paints catchers as a villain, to a history of leadership making disturbing comments about inappropriate content. There's a very clear pattern here. Before I end off this video, please go watch my last video where I lay out the whole situation with Roblox's CEO connection to high-profile Epstein-linked figures, because that whole thing matters and brings a lot of context to what people are saying, such as, oh my god, David Baszucki was on Jeffrey Epstein's island. Because that whole situation brings a huge brand new perspective on the whole situation. And obviously, if you haven't already, like this video, make sure you subscribe to the channel and share it with a friend so we could keep this story alive and make it impossible for Roblox to sweep this whole thing under the rug.
Waiting for the game. Oh, it's here. Or quote quick, because it's still taking way too long. Ah. Oh. My God. Oh. That's last mission. Oh, nice.
Everybody ready?
I am ready.
Dispenser going up. I cannot wait.
Moving out. Incoming.
Man-up mode has been activated. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There it is!
No.
There it is! There it is!
Well, ain't that a disaster?
The bomb is about to be deployed.
There it is!
I haven't seen this medic heal once.
Not done yet. Get to an upgrade station.
Who is not ready?
Here, protect Manco. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Katan Bayard! There it is! There it is!
Then why'd you go heavy? You're doing less damage than the other one. Dude! Can I get some fucking health? Oh my god, I'm gonna die again because I don't have fucking help! Why do we have an idle medic on our team? Quite literally so idle. Look! Bottom scoring.
Well done. Great. Now, head to an upgrade station.
I'll just take care of the teleporter.
Bring me Metal Man to fight.
Build in a sentry.
Who is not ready to fight? No, no, no. Oh, no. My family precious. Ready?
Manco is under attack. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Defeated the wave. Good. Get to an upgrade station. Quickly. Greed, I'm giving you a bonus.
Who is not ready?
Here they come. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Attack!
Nope. Yep.
done. Get to an upgrade station and prepare for the next wave.
I am ready.
Thanks.
Nice.
We're under attack. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Give 'em hell, boys. There it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. There it is.
We've got something buster. One way down. Hurry, get to an upgrade station. Good. I'm giving you a bonus. I'm giving you a bonus.
Thanks, Iggy.
Bring me Metal Man to fight.
This is it. The last wave. Defend
Yeah.
the facility at all costs. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You can't seem to do anything right as heavy.
The spoils of
There we go. Okay, let's see. Nope, another rust knife. Rip. Well, I did need a bit of a break, so I will take that liberty, and I will be back soon. Take care.